Hello, everyone. I apologize for making you wait for 10 minutes. We were trying to figure out some technical stuff, but thank you for joining us. Welcome, everybody. Now we will start our session since all of us are here. So I would like to say good afternoon for everybody on behalf of the Ethiopian Securities Exchange. It is my pleasure to welcome you to today's virtual capacity building webinar named Brokerage 101, Setting Up Your Business. My name is Wangil Tamena, and I am the Communication and Partnership Senior Manager here at ESX, and it is my pleasure to be your moderator for this insightful session. Before we begin, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, speakers, and participants joining us from various locations. Your presence today is a testament to the growing interest and commitment towards the development of the Ethiopian capital markets. I hope my voice is audible and you can all hear me. If not, please let me know. It's audible,
I
right?
can hear you fine, Wangel. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay. As many of you are aware, capital market development is a pivotal component of the government of Ethiopia's homegrown economic reform program and the 10-year development plan. The adoption of the Capital Market Proclamation and the establishment of the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority and the Ethiopian Securities Exchange marks the significant milestones in our journey towards creating a strong capital market ecosystem in Ethiopia. With the invaluable support of FSB Africa and Ethiopian Investment Holdings, ESX has made remarkable progress, including the successful completion of our capital raise process, which attracted substantial interest from diverse private sector investors. As we actively work towards launching the exchange by the end of 2024, it is essential for all of us to engage and involve market participants, including issuers, investors, intermediaries, service providers, and policymakers. So today's webinar aims to create awareness about the recent development in our capital markets and provide you with updates on the progress of the exchange and highlight the various business opportunities available to service providers and market intermediaries. It is also an opportunity for us to engage in meaningful dialogue and exchange insights on how we can collectively contribute to building a successful securities exchange here in Ethiopia, which is a first on its own. And for that, we have an exciting lineup of speakers who will share their expertise and experiences with us. We will begin with opening remarks from Dr. Talaon Kasahun, who is Talaon Ismail Kasahun, I apologize, who's our CEO, who will set the tone for today's session. Following this, Mr. Estefanos Melkamu, who is the legal advisor at the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority, will provide an overview of the regulatory landscapes focused on brokerage. We will also hear from Mr. David Ganesha, a financial markets consultant, who will share his insights on stock brokerage. I encourage all of you to actively participate in the Q&A sessions following the presentation, as this will bring an opportunity to address any questions or concerns you may have. So once again, thank you all for joining us today. We look forward to a productive and engaging session. So with that, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Talaun to deliver the opening remarks. So, Doctor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Wangel. I think you did my job already. I just wanted to thank David and Stefanos for taking time to join us today. And I think David has been a very gracious host when we visited in Ghana, and Ghana is one of the exchanges and perhaps the markets that we usually refer to and model. And I think key goal for us today is to take as much insight from him as possible, and primarily, discussing the bare bones of what a brokerage is and conceptually why are brokerages set up in a capital markets environment, how are they run, how are they governed, what is their incentive structure, and eventually value add. And I think understanding that for today would be really a very successful outcome for us, for all of us to learn. One, as a potential participant and a broker in Ethiopia, following similar models of all other exchanges, the exchange would also be intermediated market. So we would only allow our trading members to submit orders into the exchange platform, but hopefully we would also launch our direct market access platforms, including mobile application and web platforms. But I think in the end, having a sufficient number of brokerage firms is important. At the same time, from an investor side, it's also important that we understand how we engage with brokers and their importance and their value add. So I think many of us that have joined this call today will take either side of the aisle, trying to understand what this institution is in general, as a brokerage, as an institution. And hopefully, David, you'd grace us with your personal visit in Ethiopia, and probably will do a more comprehensive workshop and presentation for the ecosystem here. But I just wanted to say very much thank you and wish us fruitful deliberations. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Talaun. I think with that, we can move to our next speaker, Stefanos. You can now start your presentation. We can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Wangel. Good afternoon, everyone. Is my voice audible? Wangel, can you confirm?
Yeah, we can
hear you,
hear
Stefanos.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen. Is it visible?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Good afternoon again, everyone. So my name is Stefanos. I'm currently leading the licensing team at the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority. So today I will try to present the general regulatory framework on securities brokers. So the contents of my presentation will be, first I will try to identify the legal frameworks that governs the regulation of securities brokers. Then I will try to see how the proclamation defines securities brokers and what are the authorized activities of securities brokers. I will also try to shed a light on the licensing framework, including licensing requirements in the licensing processes. And finally, I will try to also explain the key responsibilities and obligations of securities brokers. So let me start with the legal frameworks that governs the regulation of the securities brokers. As you can see from the slide, currently there are three pieces of legislations. The first one is obviously the Capital Market Proclamation. This proclamation, as you know, lays the foundation for the overall capital market ecosystem. And the second one is the Capital Market Service Providers Licensing and Supervision Directive, which was effective as of January this year. And the third one is the authorities fee directives, which also will be applicable on the securities brokers and as well as other service providers. So the proclamation in the two directives will generally gives us the comprehensive regulatory framework for the operation of securities brokers and other service providers. Okay, let me just take a step back and let me remind everyone the principal objectives of the authority, which is outlined in the proclamations. Ethiopian Capital Market Authority has 4 key objectives, and understanding this principal objective is very important for the brokers as well as other capital market service providers. So the first one, the first objective is protecting investors. We want investors, to have adequate information on their investment before they make investment decision. We want also them to be safeguarded from any fraudulent or manipulative trading practices. The second principal objective of the authority is, ensuring a fair, efficient, and transparent market, so that every market intermediary, every service provider, every market participant in general, including the issuers and investors, must understand that the authority on the capital market only properly functions if it is fair, efficient, and transparent. So the other principal objective of the authority is reducing systemic risks, so that the authority, monitors any potential major risks that could probably happen to the market, and maybe spills over to the general financial sector as well as the economy at large. And the last but not the least objective of the authority is promoting market development, and also as an emerging market, as a starter to a capital market. The authority also works for this market development, so that we want to have more investors participating in the market. We want to have more capable market intermediaries. We want the investor base, or the retail and institutional investor base, to broaden and grow. So one of the key pillars of the Capital Market Authority is now promoting the capital market. So understanding these key objectives is very important for securities brokers, because their responsibilities is very much related with these objectives, and they should work in their normal conduct of their business. They should operate with these objectives in mind. Okay, next, let us see how the proclamation defines the securities brokers. Securities brokers is one of the defined terms in the proclamation. So it says, securities broker is a person which conducts the business of purchase and the sale of securities for the account of others in consideration of a commission. So this looks a very short definition, but it has the key aspects of what securities brokers does. I think we can identify a couple of key aspects from the definition. One is purchasing and sale of securities. This is the key activities of securities brokers. This is what they do, what securities broker do: purchasing and selling or trading of securities. And the other key phrase from the definition is on account or the account of others. So securities brokers trade securities for the account of others, not for their own account. So they always trade for their clients, and in doing so, they always receive the commission or a fee. So securities brokers may obtain another source of income from their services, but proclamation, its definition assumes that the commission is their main source of income from their activities. So, given the importance of the operation of or the role of securities brokers in the capital market, the capital market proclamation makes trading, selling, buying, and dealing in securities a regulated capital market activity. It is one of the many regulated capital market activities designated as in the proclamation. So the proclamation designates selling and buying and generally dealing in securities as a regulated capital market activity. This in effect means it requires a license to engage in these regulated activities. It requires a license from the authority. So nobody without a license cannot engage as a business in trading of securities. So once the proclamation designates selling, buying, and dealing in securities as a regulated capital market activity, which can only be conducted by a license from the authority. The authority issues a licensing and supervision directive so that the licensing work of the authority will be led by this licensing directive. So just to give you a general introduction about this directive, the licensing and supervision directive, the main objective of the licensing directive is establishing a regulatory framework, a licensing and supervision framework for all capital market service providers, including securities brokers. So the proclamation defines various types of service providers. We have like 15 categories of licenses, so that various entities, depending on their expertise, depending on their interest in the capacity, they can engage in any of the licensing categories of provided in the directive. So the directive governs the entry and operation and also the exit of the service providers, including securities brokers. It also outlines what is authorized activities for each category of license, and also what is not allowed or what is not authorized for each category of licenses. In addition, the directives also provides a number of responsibilities and obligations of service providers or expected from service providers. This licensing and supervision directive also provides ethical and governance principles that every service providers should follow in their normal conduct of their business. So after we see the general framework of the licensing directive, I think let's delve into the licensing requirements, the key licensing requirements for securities brokers. So anyone who is interested to engage in a securities broker business, they have to fulfill this licensing requirements. So the first one is incorporation status. So the eligible form of organizations for securities brokers is only share company in private limited company. So anyone who is interested to form or to engage in the business of securities brokerage, they have to be incorporated as a share company or a private limited company, and also this incorporated company should have a $6 million paid up capital, and also the company should be commercially registered by the relevant trade bureaus. So the other requirement is, the company should onboard qualified, fit-in proper board of directors and appointed representatives in senior management. This is a very important requirement because we want only qualified and capable persons to come into the market. So the directives has a competency framework. It outlines the educational and professional qualification that every board of directors in senior management of securities brokerage company or other service providers should have. So only qualified and competent who meets the qualification requirements stipulated in the directive are only allowed to have the position of senior management in board of directors of securities brokers. So the other licensing requirement is documentation of key internal policies and procedures. So the applicant or the potential securities broker should know how the business is done, and they have to document key internal policies in frameworks, like, for example, the know your customer framework. Also, they need to have also a very robust information technology framework. They need to have a very strong risk management framework in internal control procedures. So when they come to apply to a license, they need to have this all necessary relevant internal policy and procedures to be documented and submitted to the authority for review and comment. The other requirement is any applicant for a service provider, including securities brokerage, they need to have an adequate office facility, enough for their operation and for their staff, adequate to properly serve its customers, clients, and also they need to have adequate office infrastructure, information technology infrastructure, and also other office facilities. And of course, the other requirement is payment of application in the licensing fees, which is a non-refundable application in the licensing fees, the amount of which is stipulated in the fee directive, which I mentioned earlier. So this is the general licensing requirements, but as you know, this securities brokerage business, as well as all the other service providers in the sector, is open for foreign investment as well. So if a foreign entity wants to engage in the capital market of Ethiopia, there are additional licensing requirements. One of which is, of course, they have to secure an investment permit from the Ethiopian Investment Commission, and also they have to submit an evidence of licensing in its home jurisdiction. Not only licensing, but also we want to make sure also that the foreign applicant is in good standing with its regulator in its own jurisdiction. So having said this, having defined the brokers, so the licensing directive further explains what the authorized activities of a securities broker are. So the authorized activities of securities broker is selling and purchasing of securities only on a licensed securities exchange or a licensed or authorized over-the-counter trading facility on behalf of clients. I think this provision only complements the definition of securities brokerage under the proclamations. And this authorized activity provision of the licensing directive is very important because licensed securities brokers cannot engage in any unauthorized business activity. So the only authorized activity currently under the licensing directive is selling and purchasing of securities, only securities. They cannot be a real estate intermediary, for example. So they cannot engage in, for example, in any other capital market activity, like, for example, fund management or advisory services. So if the license is only a securities brokerage license, so their scope of activity should be limited to trading securities on behalf of their clients. So other services may be defined by the authority from time to time, and also the licensed securities brokers, if they have like an innovative product or service, they can come to the authority and ask authorization to engage in those activities. So securities brokerage is the brokerage service is not only limited to the traditional brokers only. Other service providers can also do these securities brokerage services. Like, for example, two of our licensing categories, investment banks and securities dealers, they can engage in trading of securities for account of their clients, without the need to have a separate securities brokerage license. As you know, for example, investment banks are authorized to engage in a broader aspect of activities. They normally do advisory services. The investment banks also do underwritings. They can also engage in activities of corporate finance advisory, like mergers and acquisitions. So in addition to that, an investment bank license also enables licensing investment banks to also engage in trading of securities for their clients. The same is true for securities dealers. Securities dealers, what makes them different from the securities brokers is they can also trade for their own account. They can buy and sell securities so that they can profit from the margins, but securities brokerage can only trade for their clients only. So having said this, let me go through the application process. These are the major steps in the application process. So the applicants must complete and submit the application forms, and they have to provide accurate, true, and comprehensive information about themselves, and they have to attach the required documents, like incorporation documents, for example, and also commercial registrations, also their internal policies and procedures. They have to attach all this, and also they have to pay a non-refundable application fee. Then once the application is received by the SMA, the authority will start to review the application, information provided there in the documentation. So the authority will review and evaluate whether all the regulatory requirements stated in the directive as well as in the proclamation is made, whether the proposed appointed representatives, senior executives, and board of directors also made the required competency qualification. And also the other major step in the licensing process is a regulatory exam by SMA. Currently, the authority is developing a regulatory exam framework. So once it is finalized, potential applicants and their appointed representatives should have to sit for this regulatory exam and should pass the exam. The other requirement or the other process in the application is approval in principle from the exchange. So we want to let the exchange have a say in the licensing of its potential future members. So we want to see that the applicant is ready for operation and it has the necessary preliminary requirements from the exchange side. So the exchange will tell us whether the applicant is, have the preliminary readiness to be a member and to operate as a securities broker. So once we finished with these processes, we also proceed with the inspection of the office facility of the applicant. As I said earlier, securities broker needs to have an adequate office facility in the infrastructure. So we physically go to its office and inspect if the applicant is ready for operation and has all the required facilities in infrastructures, including human power. After that, the appointed representatives, senior executives, and the board of directors may need to sit for an interview or a meeting with the senior management of the authority, to discuss how they plan to operate in the market, and then maybe they have to present their business plan, and also this kind of engagement will be conducted. Then after all this, they have to pay the license fee, and if all regulatory requirements are met, license will be issued. So the other aspect of the licensing directive is it sets out various business conduct principles. So one of the largest sections of the directive is that section which talks about the code of conduct expected from securities brokers, as well as other service providers. I have only mentioned here a few of them, so relevant only for securities brokers. So one of the key business conduct expected from securities brokers is best execution of client orders. Securities brokers, they have to always work in their best interest of their clients. They have to trade their securities only in accordance with the order or instruction of the clients, and they have to execute the trading in a way that maximizes the financial benefit of the investors or their clients. The other business conduct requirement is disclosure and transparency. So securities broker needs to disclose the product to the investors, and they have to be also transparent. For example, in their fee arrangement, how much they have to, how much the investors or the clients will pay to the brokers, or they have to disclose if there is any conflict of interest with the clients. So in general, this all shows that securities brokers is a kind of business that requires a very high level of professionalism, integrity, and character. So they, securities brokers and its employees and staff all should know that the business conduct expected from them is to the highest standard. I have to also avoid any conflict of interest between the client and itself, and any conflict of interest also may happen between the clients itself. So they have to operate in a way that should avoid any conflict of interest. And the other expected business conduct is, refraining from any manipulative or fraudulent deceptive transactions. The proclamation also has a separate part on prohibited trading practices. So any securities brokers should avoid engaging in any of these manipulative, fraudulent, and deceptive transactions. Some of them are, of course, even criminal activities, so they can entail criminal liability to the securities brokers in its management of its employees. So another business conduct expected from securities broker is confidentiality, due to their role in the market, due to their business relationship. Securities brokers may be in a position to have a non-public price-sensitive information, so they should not exploit this information to their interest. They have always to keep the confidentiality of this non-public information. So once the license is issued to applicant securities brokers and they come to the market, there are also ongoing obligations which they follow in the operation of their business. So one of the ongoing obligation of securities brokers is maintaining the minimum capital requirements. They have to always maintain 6 million per net worth. They should always have 6 million per net worth, and 40% of the capital should be in liquid form, so that they should be ready for any immediate liability, and that is one way of avoiding default of service providers. So another obligation of securities brokers is periodic reporting. So they have to report their financial status and also their way of operation, and also their compliance with regulatory standards. So one of the appointed representatives, any service provider, including brokers, is a compliance officer. So you need to hire chief compliance officer accountable to their board of directors and also to the authority. So this compliance officer should lead the compliance reporting and the compliance operation of securities brokers. So the other important obligation of securities brokers is record keeping. So securities brokers needs to properly maintain complete and accurate records of information. It could be about information about their clients, and also their transactions, their books, and their financial status in statements. They need to properly keep their records as it is stipulated in the directive for 10 years. So the other requirement or ongoing obligation of securities brokers is continuous professional education. So brokers need to update their skill and their knowledge in the capital market, because as a financial market, the market is dynamic. So securities brokers in their employees, their management, should try to update themselves through various trainings and educations. So the other requirement is regulatory notifications. Whenever there is a change in the ownership of the licensed securities brokers, also a change in the senior management, they have to notify the authority. And also whenever there is a violation, that chief compliance officer and the broker should immediately report or notify to the authority. So the other obligation is cooperation with the regulatory authority for inspection and investigation. This is also very important to make the regulatory work of the authority to be efficient and smooth. So the license, any service provider licenses, renewable annually. So the licensed securities broker need to renew its license after paying a renewal fee to the authority. So the role of or the mandate of the Ethiopian Capital Market Authority is not only licensing securities brokers. The other mandate is also regulatory oversight. So the authority will do regular on the spot and also on the spot inspections on the service providers and securities brokers. It can review its financial statements and reports and also their financial books and records. And if there is any indication of potential violation, the authority can also make investigations. So if the inspection investigations show that there is a violation, the other mandate of the or power of the authority is, sanctioning the wrongdoer. So if a securities broker or one of his senior personnel or one of his employees violates any of the proclamations or the directives, provisions, or any of it fails to perform its responsibilities, the authority can always take any of these administrative measures. The administrative measures can range from a warning to revoking a license or suspending a license, depending on the severity of the committed offense. So I think this is my last slide. So not only is the licensing or the entry into the market is regulated, also exit from the market is also regulated. So whenever the securities brokers want to exit from the market, want to quit the market, or they're forced to exit the market, there are procedures that they need to follow. One of them is they have to submit their shareholders in court resolution to exit the market, and also they have to notify in advance the authority and the clients about their intention to quit the market. They have to clear all their outstanding obligations to their clients before exiting, and also they have to transfer any of their client accounts and also securities to another licensed broker or dealer. I think this is the general regulatory framework of securities brokers. And as I said earlier, it has been over 6 months since the directive is approved by the Ministry of Justice, and we have started receiving applications. So any entity who is interested in capable of fulfilling the licensing requirements, we encourage you to come to the market to secure the license and facilitate and contribute to the development of the market. Thank you. Over to you, Wendy.
Okay, thanks, Stefanos, for this extensive presentation. I would like to remind everyone that all your questions will be answered after all the presentations have ended. So we're taking notes of your questions, and thank you for participating. With that, I will move on to our next presenter. Before he comes to the stage, let me give you a brief introduction of who he is. David is a seasoned investment banker and stockbroker with 22 years of experience in West African capital markets. He has led numerous equity and debt capital raising transactions and led many market development initiatives, including ETFs, green and sustainable bonds, commercial papers, and the fixed income markets. He has held significant significant roles in the past, including as a CEO of CAL Brokers Limited and council member of the Ghana Stock Exchange. He consults for the Ghana Stock Exchange as well, and financial sector deepening Africa, and also British international investments, among others. So this is just a brief introduction of who David is, and we are glad that he's here with us to share his experience. David, you have the floor. David, I think you're muted if you're speaking or not.
Oh,
I'm
hi.
not hearing you.
Sorry about that, Wangel. Thanks for the nice introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy and humbled to be here to speak to you about brokerage. Wangel spoke about me working in the brokerage sector for many years. I'm happy to be here today to share my thoughts around setting up a brokerage company and at least the key elements in that you need to know as you start this journey in building your capital markets. Please confirm if you can see my screen.
No, we can't see it. David, your screen is not
It's
visible.
not showing. Okay.
Yeah, it's not sharing.
Let me try again. Okay, Wangel, let me just exit and come back in again. I don't know why it's
I
not
can
showing.
share it for you if it's not working for you. Do you want me to share it for you?
Okay.
Okay. Sure. Is my screen visible?
Yes, you can see it.
David, you can say next when you want me to.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can. You can tell me to push the button next when you want to.
Interestingly, okay, hold on. My screen is now popping up, so.
I've already shared your presentation, so you can tell me to say next.
All right, sure. Okay, so talking through the introductions for today. We'll talk about some key definitions quickly, and then we delve into who is a broker and some of the services provided by a broker, and then the key functions within a brokerage company. And maybe we can talk about building a client base, and then I can share some practical experiences from building a successful brokerage business in Ghana, and then some examples that I've seen from other markets. Am I audible, please, Wangel?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So let me just jump into briefly, and you can go to the overview of financial markets. Just a reminder of how our financial markets work and where we sit in the value chain. So on the left side, you would have our lenders and savers, households, companies who have money or who generate revenue and have excess income that they need to invest for a return. They can do this either directly or indirectly to the other deficit units where you've got governments that are borrowing, and governments would issue treasury bills, they would issue bonds, they would issue notes, borrowing directly from households and the general public. Companies would do same. So the surplus units would pass this either directly or indirectly to the deficit units. Those that go through financial markets are those that provide direct financing to these entities. In financial markets, you've got the ESX, which sits as part of the financial markets. That mobilizes capital from those with surplus units and provides that to those with the deficit. I think you need to go back a bit.
You want it right here?
Sorry, I lost the screen, but let me keep talking. I'm sure you can see it. So you've got the
overview of
ESX.
the agenda page. Sorry.
No, I'm on the overview of financial markets.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's slide 4, right? Yeah. So you've got the ESX, which is sitting now mobilizing capital from the financial markets to governments, companies, through various instruments. And then below this, you have brokers. So the brokers would sit in between the lenders and savers, those who have surplus deficit units that are trying to invest in the financial markets on the ESX, as well as those on the deficit units that are looking to access capital. So a broker's role is really an intermediary for the ESX and an intermediary for those who are looking to buy and sell securities on that ESX. So the brokers are the pillars of the Ethiopian Stock Exchange, or of any stock exchange for that matter, because they are the ones that are actually licensed to execute on those markets. So they are part and parcel, very much ingrained into the stock exchange system. And Tilahun mentioned that this is going to be an intermediated market. So brokers are very much a key part of the market because they are the hands and legs of the exchange that will actually make transactions happen. So for those that are looking to get into brokerage, you know that you're actually part of the Ethiopian Stock Exchange system, and you are the extension or the arm that reaches out to those that want to participate in the market. So let's just go quickly. We all know what a stock exchange is. It's a marketplace where securities are traded, right? So the ESX is going to trade different kinds of securities, and securities are broadly, let's say, 4 categories. You've got equity securities, you've got debt securities, you've got derivatives and hybrids. On the market, you'd be trading equities, which represent ownership, debt, which would entitle the owners to a stream of interest payments, Derivatives, maybe not yet later, but hybrids, which would have a feature of two different financial instruments, just like a bond that can be converted into shares of a company. Another key infrastructure which you need to know is the Central Securities Depository, because that's the infrastructure that will provide safekeeping of all the securities that will be traded. So a broker will be connected to the exchange, which is the Ethiopian Stock Exchange, and also be connected to the Central Securities Depository in order to be able to trade. You cannot trade and not settle. So the depository is the infrastructure that will ensure that clearing and settlement of trades happen. So you trade on the stock exchange and then you clear and settle on the Central Securities Depository. So a broker must be connected to both of these market infrastructures. Now, the next one, a broker is somebody that acts as an intermediary. And I think I mentioned that clearly. And you are buying and selling securities on behalf of people, right? So the ESX sits there, it has equity, debt securities, it has hybrids, eventually maybe derivatives. And then you've got brokers who obtain prices and other data from the stock exchanges and match it to buyers and sellers. So if someone is looking to buy or invest in Ethiopian Telecom, for example, they would come to a broker. The broker would confirm the price of Ethiopian Telecom from the stock exchange for this buyer. The buyer will place an order and the broker will execute on the Ethiopian Stock Exchange on behalf of the buyer. If the buyer wants to sell the stocks that he has bought through the broker, they come back to the broker, they place a sale order, the order goes to the stock exchange, and then it is executed. Because at the stock exchange, you have many buyers and sellers that are meeting through brokers to execute transactions on that market. So the brokers are very much key in this. Without the brokers, nothing is happening on the exchange. Let's go to the next slide, which shows how people actually interact with brokerage companies. So a person or a company would come to a brokerage company. They would either have assets, which is already securities in a company that has already issued shares, or they would have money that they want to buy, that they want to use to buy a security listed on the ESX. So this individual or company would open a brokerage account and would deposit money into that brokerage account. And that money is what the brokerage company will use to buy or acquire securities on the market on behalf of this client. Now, assuming that this person deposits 100 shillings in currency, a bill, sorry, and the broker would charge his commissions on that 100. So a broker may take maybe 2 bill as their commissions and then use 98 to buy the assets of the client on the stock exchange. So this is how a client would interact with the broker in order to execute on the stock exchange. If the broker wants to sell, it's the same. The broker would notify the client will notify the broker and say, these are my assets. Can you sell it on my behalf on the stock exchange? The broker will then go to the market and execute the instruction of the client and would receive, in exchange for the sale of the assets, money. The broker would then deduct their brokerage commission and then pay the net fees, net proceeds to this individual. So basically, this is how brokerage services work. Now let's look at the services provided by a broker. This is the next slide. So because many people are going to come to you and rely on you, you need to be in a position to provide expertise and advice, because you are the one that is interfacing with the markets every day. You are the ones that are looking at movements of share prices every day, and everybody anticipates that a broker also understands what is expected to happen to a share price, whether it's going to go up or it's going to go down. So clients rely on you to provide expert advice on what to do if they want to invest on a stock exchange. So you need to be in a position to provide that advice. And of course, you need to facilitate transactions. So when clients come to you, they come to you expecting that you would be able to buy or sell securities on their behalf. So you should have the ability to execute or facilitate this transaction on their behalf. You cannot also provide advice without research. So a broker definitely needs to do research where you would be looking at the companies that are listed. First of all, start from the economy top down, understand what is happening in the economy and what the impact would be on various sectors. Then you look at the various sectors and what the trends are and what the impact would be on the companies. So you look at the companies and how the trends in the sector and the economy will affect them, and then you can make a call as to whether a company is a buy, a hold, or a sell. And then this research you prepare in the form of some information memo or some research, and then you publish it. Sometimes the research is only available to your high net worth clients or your institutional clients. You publish this and you use it as a selling tool to get people to buy or to sell shares or securities on the market. So a broker should be in a position to provide the research. And then you need to be able to provide the tools that would enable people to execute. Of course, if I want to buy, you should give me the tools. If you are available, if possible, you can give me an app or an online tool to enable me to execute my transaction. Or you should give me some physical presence in maybe across Ethiopia where a client should be able to walk in, maybe fill a form if you're doing a physical brokerage, and be able to execute a transaction on my behalf on the stock exchange. Some brokers would also provide personalized service, especially for high net worth clients. So overall, a broker can pick and choose, but there are basic services that you need to provide, like expertise and advice, and then facilitating transactions. So full service brokers would provide the whole range of services on offer. So it would include research, it would include offering investment tools. You can have discount brokers. Now, discount brokers will not give you advice. They just focus on executing. So they give you maybe very lower fees, but you would have decided that I want to buy the stock already by your own research. And then you can use a discount broker to execute. So you don't get any research or you don't get any advice. Then there are online brokers, right? And I see that your authority allows the licensing of online brokers. So for online brokers, they use or leverage technology through brokers to provide direct market access to investors that want to execute securities trading on the ESX. So some brokers can be online only, some can be full service, or some can just provide discount brokerage services where there's no advice. So overall, these are services provided by a broker. Now, let me go a little bit granular. You need to be able, first of all, to open a brokerage account. So you buy a software or build a software that enables you to create and maintain a brokerage account. Now, the qualifications for opening a brokerage account, KYC and others, are prescribed by your Capital Market Authority. So you should keep that in mind, knowing the kind of documentation you require to collect from your clients in order to set up a brokerage account for them. Now, that is the prerequisite for anybody before they can start trading in securities on any stock exchange, including the ESX. So a broker must maintain the software and the ability to open and maintain this account on behalf of their clients. And of course, you should have the ability to place orders. Now, because this is a new market, and I had the CEO also mentioning your electronic trading, which means that your brokerage system must be able to connect electronically to the ESX so that you'll be able to place your buy and sell orders on the ESX. So these are two basic things you need to have in order to start brokerage services on the ESX. Obviously, you also need to have a bank account where you would receive deposits for clients that have given you an order. And these bank accounts should be linked to the brokerage account so that if a client brings you 10,000 in currency it will be reflected in the bank account and reflected on that client's brokerage account. If you sell on behalf of a client, then you can also receive the money in your bank account and be able to allocate those proceeds to that individual's brokerage account before you pay them. So these are minimum services you need to have in place. You can go to the next one. In terms of trade execution, at least we've spoken about how it works, but this is just a graphical example. An investor who wants to buy would go to broker A and place an order, and broker A would take the order to the stock exchange to look for somebody who is selling. Now, there will be a sell-side investor who has gone to broker B, has placed an order through broker B, and broker B would come to the stock exchange with a sell order. So the stock exchange is the venue where the buy and the sell orders will be matched. So broker A would buy from broker B. At the end of the transaction, there will be delivery and payments. So broker A would be paying cash and broker B would be delivering securities on the floor of the exchange. So this is how a broker would provide services on behalf of their investors. That's why you need the bank accounts and you need a securities account. Remember, I mentioned at the beginning, there will be a securities account that will be kept at the central securities depository. So the broker would have a bank, and then the broker would have a securities account. And the securities account and the bank will be connected so that there will be delivery of shares when you sell and payment for shares when you buy. So that's the delivery versus payment. Let's go to the next slide. The functions within a brokerage company. So a properly functioning brokerage company will have three units. And these are supposed to be in place for proper governance so that you also minimize the risk of some of the risks that the regulator mentioned. So you prevent fraud and insider dealing and others. This is the ideal structure. So you have a front office, which is the customer-facing department, right? So the people in this unit could be sales traders, customer service advisors, or portfolio relationship managers. So they consistently interact with your institutional clients and with your retail clients or high net worth clients. It could be pension funds, it could be foreign portfolio investors, it could be anybody that is interested in executing a trade on the Ethiopian Stock Exchange. So these are people who interface regularly with the clients, right? We try to separate them from the middle office. The middle office would have your compliance managers, your risk managers, and then maybe your IT, so that these people maintain what risk parameters that a company has set. For example, if a client places an order, they will place the order through a sales trader or a customer service advisor. But that order would go through the middle office because compliance must be able to verify whether this client has actually paid money behind the order, because you don't go and execute an order if you don't have the money, or the client has in place arrangements to settle the trade. So that will be confirmed by the middle office before the trade would allow to go through to be executed. Now, the back office would include the accountants. Okay, so the accountants, for example, are the ones who would confirm from the bank that money has been received, and the middle office would confirm for the trade to be executed by the front office. So this separation of work helps to reduce the risks that are associated with executing a trade in a brokerage company. Front office, middle office, and back office. In the back office, you have the admin and support personnel who the clients don't see. So the settlement officers who are doing the reconciliation and making sure the trades are settled. You've got the accounts, and sometimes at the back you have the research analysts, those who are just crunching the numbers and producing the research that the sales traders would use. Okay, I see people saying they don't see the slides. I hope the slides are still visible.
Okay, I can start sharing it again. I think it's visible for
Okay,
most.
some say
for
it's
most
visible.
people.
Okay. So I guess it is some people that can see.
Yeah, they can try like logging in again.
Yeah. Okay, so we can go to the next slide. Just to sum the functions within a brokerage company. So you will have your trading and execution team, those who actually ensure that client orders are executed promptly and in line with the client orders. You've got your research and analysis. So that will be the brain of the brokerage company that ensures that traders and the front office is fed with information that they can use to pass on to their clients in order to attract the trades. Then the investment advice and portfolio management team, which is the front office team, which picks research and analysis that are done within the business and use it to sell. Right? They would have a bouquet of clients that they are constantly servicing. They would take the client's investment objectives, set up their accounts, and be investing within the objectives of the client and ensuring that these goals of the client are met. And of course, because this is a very nascent market, it is important that education and training is inbuilt into the services of a brokerage company. Because every time you need to educate people about the market, train them before you can convert them into clients. So education and training would be a key function that you do, especially for retail clients, that you need to have within the services of a successful brokerage company. How do we make money? So there are two ways. Brokers can trade as an agent, or they can trade for themselves. So when you are trading as an agent, we are called brokers. When you are trading for yourself, you are a dealer. So that's why we sometimes use the term broker dealer. And I see that your licenses allows you to take a broker dealer license. So if you're a dealer, it means you have your own money. You would buy securities for your own on your own book, and you'll be able to sell the securities from your book to clients and make a margin, right? So that you can earn capital gains if you sell stocks that are from your book as a dealer. As an agent, you charge commissions. So you charge commissions per trade. It can either be a percentage or a flat fee, and the regulator usually prescribes the kind of fees that you can charge in your market. But the primary revenue source for brokers is commissions. So you charge commissions on trades that you buy or sell in the market. There are some brokers that will charge account maintenance fees, and it depends on the market. If the regulator allows you, you can charge account maintenance fees. Because when you buy securities for a client, you keep those securities on their behalf in the depository. So if the depository is charging you, then you will also pass on those costs to the client for those safekeeping costs. So you charge them for keeping their assets for them in the depository. Some markets, especially the new ones, don't charge these fees in order to reduce the cost of trading on the market. So the regulator will determine when brokers can charge this. The other one, as I said, is your capital gains or losses. Because you'll be trading for your own book, using your own money. When you make gains, that is capital gains that will sit on your books as well. So a broker or a dealer that is trading on his own behalf can also earn some revenue from dealing on their own book. Of course, the verdict is that if you can see the opportunity and see the upside, if you have money as a broker, why are you not investing? So if you see the opportunity, you can take advantage of it. But let me sound a note of caution here that as a broker dealer, you cannot do front running. Front running is where you see an opportunity on the market, your clients want to buy, you also want to buy, but you go and buy quickly at a price and come and sell to your clients at a higher price. That's front running. When you know what your client wants to buy, then you run ahead of them to buy it and come and sell to them. That's not fair. So you cannot do front running. It's different from if you have a security already in your portfolio and your clients come in to buy. But at every time that you execute a trade, you need to declare to your client whether you are acting as a principal, which is a dealer, or as an agent. So you need to let your client know. It should be above board. And the regulator will check many times how you deal with your client orders. So you need to be very much aware of how you charge your commissions and ensure that you are dealing fairly with your clients. Let's look at it from the perspective of a client, because let's say you are a broker, you need to look at why a client would come to you, so that you position yourselves to be able to provide that kind of due diligence request, for example. The expertise and knowledge. So you definitely need to build your expertise, because people are going to rely on you. They may speak to 2 or 3 brokers and choose one. So your expertise and your knowledge, your research, and what you publish should be spot on. Data and trading tools. Technology right now is far advanced. When we, for example, started doing brokerage, it was all very physical and manual. But markets have moved on, is down to trading and digital tools. So how you offer, the channels that you offer to your clients to be able to trade through you would also be a key selling advantage. Clients will be looking for convenience. Right? What kind of investment strategies that you offer, how personalized you are, right, with your clients, and how you deal with them. And of course, the cost of trading, how quickly you turn around orders would all be key selling points for you, because that is what the client would be looking at before they would choose you as the broker. I've mentioned convenience and efficiency and your portfolio management services. So what you offer should be key. Your client would also be looking at your reputation and credibility. So as we are about to start, we need to make sure that right from day one, we undertake or put in place strategies that would maintain our reputation and credibility. Because 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line, that is what you are going to use to sell your services. So try and avoid being sanctioned by the regulator, because the regulator will publish those who are falling foul of the rules. And when a client, especially an institutional client, wants to use a broker, they would look at what the infractions you have committed in the market. So right from day one, you should try to avoid all infractions so that you keep your reputation high there. The range of services that you offer, are you going to do a full service brokerage, or are you going to do discount, or are you just going to be an online broker, a digital broker? That also affects your fee structure, right? So you need to look at how competitive you are when it comes to fees. Are you charging account maintenance, and are you charging a percentage or a fixed fee for transactions, right? And then regulatory, it's extremely important. Let me harp on that again. Clients, especially institutional ones that have wholesale funds, would look at your compliance. So you need to have a very strong compliance team, right? That ensures that you don't fall foul of any infractions, because reputation is everything in the brokerage markets. Next slide. We can talk about some of the risks. Of course, you know that the markets are volatile. Share prices go up and they come down, right? So be careful when you are going to promise upside for clients. Right? When you are, from my own experience, when the markets were doing well, you were recommending stocks to clients. I was a star. My clients loved me. I get invitations to all the important events in the town because people are making money. When the market turned around and people were losing money, I was very much hated because portfolio values were declining very quickly. People couldn't sell because obviously frontier markets are not so liquid, and people get upset and they feel that you are not doing your work well enough. So I lost all invitations to important parties and nobody wanted to talk to me again. Right from day one, you need to know that there is volatility and you need to let your clients understand that. But I've got to say, it's one thing when you explain to them at the beginning for them to understand. It's another thing when it actually crystallizes and they see a loss. So it's something that you need to keep in mind. That stock market involves risk. It will definitely see volatility. So you should be careful about how you promise and offer services, especially when the markets are booming. There's definitely the impact of economic and political factors. If we look across Africa right now, in the last 3 years, a lot of markets have tanked or have gone south because of the economic situation. We've seen the cost of living crisis globally. It affects markets here. So you need to know that that would have an impact. It's a risk that is out of our control. That is what we face. That is why your research must always be looking at the economy and the various sectors that potentially are a bit more resilient. Then your operational risks, the trading platforms, and this is going to be a highly automated market. Technology, glitches and downtimes can disrupt your trading activities. So it's important to maintain and invest in those platforms that will give you a higher uptime and very little downtime, so you can maintain your operations. Your funds and personal information, data protection is very key, right? People are giving you money. You have a significant fiduciary responsibility to ensure that nothing happens to anybody's money. You execute transactions based on what the client has said, unless you have a non-discretionary mandate. That is where the client has given you authority to decide what to buy and what to sell on their behalf. But that you still need to stick. Apart from that, you still need to stick very much within a client's order. Do not go outside what the client has asked you to do. It's important. And of course, you need to be in compliance. And I've said that several times because it's important. You need to stay informed about regulatory changes that affect your company and your business, and ensure that you are always in conformance with those changes. Okay, so maybe just my perspectives around brokerage companies. When you are starting, right, and in my case, many years ago, in building a very new brokerage company, we had to find clients. So we started off by, on a regular basis, publishing articles and newspaper stories around investments and having a column that just disseminates market information, right, on radio, in the newspapers. Eventually, we also had a TV program, right, that brings a lot of awareness about your brokerage company, the kind of services, and it also positions you as a thought leader. So being positioned as a thought leader, when corporates wanted to get into investments, they reached out. It did not happen in the first year. Some took as much as 3 years to appreciate the stock market and to start looking for us as brokers for advice. So building thought leadership through your research and through your publications is key. Market education, right, is also very key. For institutional and foreign portfolio investors, and of course, they are the ones that drive volumes on the market. So they should definitely be your primary target. Those ones rely heavily on research. So your research team should be quite key. And that is your #1 selling point. So across all the successful brokerages in Africa, you would see that research is what drives them. Portfolio investors go to them for research and for market intelligence to know what is going on. So successful brokerage companies have a bedrock of research. And of course, you should be, then comes your trade executions, right? Which is derived from your network. Being able to have a pool to execute quickly comes from a wide network. So the wider your network, the closer you are to liquidity pools, the more efficient you can be in execution. So building a network is extremely important. So I've spoken about your research and then your network before your systems and then your staff and operations all come in order to drive revenue. This is what you need to do. Some of the mistakes, if you focus too much from the beginning, especially on the retail markets, you could be in for a long ride and may not make enough revenue to cover your costs. Customer acquisition for retail is very expensive, and servicing them can also be expensive. So know how to balance your mix of institutional and retail clients, especially now that you're just starting the markets, is extremely important. But keeping your investors attached to your brand is also important. There are going to be many brokerage companies coming up. If you keep and service a client very well, they stay loyal. If not, there are so many options that are available in the market, and they all lead to one ESX anyway. So your service is extremely important because execution, many people can get into the ESX. So it's extremely important that you maintain these and you keep this in mind. Given that this is just 101 and it's intro, I think I can stop here and then we can look at some of the questions and answers. Thank you very much. And back to you, Wangel.
Okay, thank you, David. I think we can move on to the Q&A part of this session now. There are a lot of questions coming in, so we will start answering them now. If you've seen the Q&A vote, there are many questions. We can start by
many questions.
The questions. Yeah, the questions that have been asked. I think this one is directed towards ECMA. It says, what type of professional certificate and from which certifying bodies is required for a brokerage license? Stefanos, I think this one's for you.
Okay, thank you, Wenge. As we can see from the licensing directive, there is a certification requirement, and the certification should be obtained from the institution called CISI, Chartered Institute for Investments. So this institution has certifications in various levels. So the required certification is a level 3 certification. So this certification is required by the appointed representatives of service providers. So anyone who hold positions of appointed representatives, like the general manager or the compliance officers should have certified from the CISI in a level 3 training. So currently, we are making some waivers, or we are giving some time for people to train and pass the exam. So currently, we are waiving the certification requirement, but appointed representatives should be committed to take the training and take the exam and pass and secure the certification, so that they can continue to be working in a service provider license in those appointed representative positions.
Okay, thanks, Stefanos. I think I was muted and I was talking. In line with the answer, the question you answered, there's another one that says, is there any special certification requirement, like from CISI, to be a broker?
I think I have already answered the question. Yes, there is certification requirement for those who are going to be appointed reps of any service providers, including securities brokers. Like I said, the CEO and the compliance officer of the securities broker should be certified by the level 3 certificate from Chartered Institute for Investments in Securities, CISI.
Okay. The next question says, in an effort to elevate or share license requirements, would ECMA provide the platform for prospective brokers to collaborate or share ideas?
I'm not sure that I'm clear with the question. Can you please repeat again?
They're asking if ECMA could provide a platform for prospective brokers to collaborate amongst each other.
Yeah, I think the authority has the mandate of market development, and if potential securities brokers or any local service providers want to have this platform to collaborate. I think if there is anything the authority can do, I think the authority will be very happy to make this collaboration happen. And if a kind of platform is really necessary, I think the authority, as part of its market development, is okay to provide any support for service providers, for potential service providers.
David, I think this one is for you, so I'm going to direct it towards you. It says, how do individuals become stockbrokers?
Okay, so usually every market has its own licensing requirements. I'm sure the CMA would have the licensing requirements for individuals, but generally you need to have at least some good finance background and some understanding, more importantly, about the regulations of the markets. So what the trading rules, membership rules are for the Ethiopian Stock Exchange, as well as regulation requirements by the CMA, and then finance, corporate finance, securities trading expertise, either provided by CC or by local training school or by global training school, if they are accepted by your CMA. Thank you.
Okay, another one says, does securities dealers engage in managing funds for clients as fund managers and a collective scheme operators? I think you can answer this one as well, David.
Yeah, so no, broker dealers are not fund managers and they don't manage mutual funds. You need a different license to manage mutual funds. Broker dealers can only manage a portfolio of securities for individuals or institutions. That's a portfolio of securities. That's not a fund manager. It's for those that are looking to build a portfolio only in securities. Thank you.
Let me add on that, please.
Go ahead, Stefan.
Okay. So David is right. The way the licensing directive is written is also reflects that securities trading in fund management and CISI operation is a distinct and separate categories of licenses. So authorized activities for securities and dealers is different from those from fund management. Because as a company, if a certain capital market service provider company may secure multiple of those licenses. So if a company, for example, has a brokerage license or a dealing license, as long as it has a robust conflict of interest management policy and framework, they can also add on a fund management license, so that it's possible that a certain company can have multiple licenses, but with only a dealing license or a brokerage license, they cannot do a fund management services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stefanos. There's another question that says, is there any special request for online brokerage company? I think one of you can answer this.
I think the regulator, Stefanos, on somebody asking whether they can do an online broker.
Yeah, we have a license category called digital sub-brokers. So by this license, the licensees can do digital brokerage. They can provide digital platform, technological platform for the traditional brokers, so that they can automate their operation. They can, for example, they can automate the order receiving operations, or they can automate the connection of their back office system to the exchange platform. So these digital sub-brokers are technological or digital platform providers for securities investors. They cannot really be the members of the exchange, so that they cannot directly make trading happen by themselves. They should be collaborated with someone with a securities brokerage license. So by partnering with securities brokers, they can do a digital brokerage service to their clients and investors.
Okay, someone also wants to know if you could tell them more about the regulatory exam, what the status is, and how ECMA is planning to do it.
All right, so the authority wants us to have only qualified, competent entities and professionals to enter the market. So one of the things to do that is having a regulatory exam, so that anyone is going to hold the position of appointed representatives or senior management positions, they have to sit for a regulatory exam. The regulatory exam will be developed by the ECMA, so that there will be questions on their understanding of the concept of capital market, on their understanding of the regulatory framework, or on the understanding of what they are going to do. So they need to really apprehend the concept of capital market in the regulatory framework, so that this regulatory exam will be, currently it's under development. So once it's finalized, it will be deployed as one licensing requirement, and so that any potential applicants and their appointed reps should have to sit for the exam and pass to engage into the service provider sector. Thank you.
Okay, another question says, if a brokerage firm has its own investment advisor section or manager, how will it make a difference from an investment advisor? I think since investment advisory and brokerage license here in Ethiopia is issued independently.
Yeah, exactly. So the two are separate license categories. So my investment advisor cannot trade securities, and a trader or a securities broker dealer cannot also do an investment advisory service. So if a company wants to do both, they need to secure both licenses, both the brokerage license and the advisory license. And there are requirements for that, especially in relation to conflict of interest management, because there is a huge potential conflict of interest between the two services, advisory and trading. So the authority will see that the applicant has a robust conflict of management policy, and it has all the facilities to do both businesses without avoiding the conflict of interest. So in principle, it's possible that certain service providers can have multiple licenses. So there are requirements that comes with that. Thank you.
Right. The next question is directed to David. It says the last point you have raised is key to develop the brokerage business. Do you think developing the business is the role of the broker? And what do you think the ASX should take part to enhance the brokerage?
Okay, I think that it's both, but it's more on the broker because it's the broker's business. The revenue that they earn would come to the broker, although the ESX is also a beneficiary. So the ESX role is in things like this: convening, training, convening, market education and sensitization workshops across the country, so people know that the ESX is there, and the ESX will take along some of the brokers, so that if somebody is interested, they are immediately matched to a broker. That would be the role of the ESX. But after that, the broker must then develop the relationship directly with the client, sign them up, and execute efficiently so that they can keep them. So it is a joint effort, but the broker must know that it is their business, right? It's their core business. So the onus lies more on the broker as well. Thank you.
Okay, another question is, can securities brokers provide their services both via an app and at a physical office, I think at the same time? And also additionally, is there a requirement for a separate digital sub-broker license to offer services online, or is the standard brokerage license sufficient to cover both physical and digital services channels? I think, Estefanos, you touched upon it before, but this is a very specific question. Maybe David or Stefanos, you can answer it.
I think on the issue of licensing, Stefanos should take it. Yeah.
Okay. So if a securities broker has the technology infrastructure to provide a digital brokerage service for its own clients, they don't need to secure a separate digital sub-broker license. But if they want to provide that digital platform for other brokers, for other service providers, they need to have a digital sub-broker license. So it depends how or for what purpose that security broker, the service provider, is going to use the digital platform. So if it's going to use for its own purpose, for its own clients, that's part of its own technological platform framework. So it's not required to have a separate digital sub-broker license. So a separate license comes to play when that broker wants to provide the digital platform to other licensed brokers, so that when it wants to make business out of it, then it has to be licensed. I think I have answered the question.
Okay, I think I should bring back Dr. Talahun to the mix, and then we will come back to you, Stefanos and David. There's one question directed towards Dr. Talahun. It says ESX provides direct market access to. Does ESX provide direct market access to retail investors? Dr. Talahun, can you answer that?
Thanks, Wangel. Yes, so as part of the perhaps product mix for the exchange and the would-be trading members, for our trading members, is DMA, and in particular that requires technological readiness from our members, obviously. So our hope is, together with our trading system, we would avail to at least a certain number of the first-comer brokers, broker back office system. That system will allow them to manage their front office in terms of onboarding, like David said, onboarding of their clients, also middle office and back office, for instance, accounting, reconciliation, risk management type of work that they will be doing. And attached to this broker back office system, we are hoping to provide them with a mobile application or a web front end, which they would be able to allow retail investors to directly trade from this mobile application or web front end. But obviously, there will be a lot of issues that we will have to handle, both in terms of investor protection, but also the capacity of the brokerage to handle and manage orders from retail investors. including issues around accounts and etc. So the plan is we are ready in terms of the technological platform, but the scale of it, the timeline of it, and the readiness of it would be determined in conversation with our members. Thanks.
All right. Time is running out, but there are like a couple of questions that I want to add before we close it off. David, this one is for you. It says, how would you say the legal requirements in Ethiopia encourage the brokerage business, considering the dynamics of the market?
Yeah, I think that it's very much similar to the legal requirements we've seen in other markets. I think that from the beginning, the regulator will or should balance a lot more of the development rule. Sometimes it's a bit more flexible in the beginning to allow the market to develop, and I'm sure it will happen so that the market develops a bit more before the more stringent checks come in. So I'm sure the regulator will balance the need for development versus the need for regulation. But it's also extremely important that being a nascent industry, the regulator ensures that nobody comes to mess it up, because if there's early fraud or early systems failure or others, we could end up losing a lot more potential clients. So it's important that the regulator also enforces some of the rules from the beginning to ensure that investors are protected and are happy that this is a fair market where we can buy and sell securities, without any problems. So that would be my comments. Thank you.
Right, one last question before we close off. This one is particularly long, so I think with that explanation, we will almost reach the time to close the meeting. So this one person wrote, if I am an individual person that has all the license certificate, but not the financial means to be a stockbroker, how do I climb the career ladder? Do I apply to companies that already have the license and work my way up, and they do the compliance for me with the ACMA? Or do I have to have some individual license from the authority and then apply to the company? You didn't mention any steps that individual persons should take to enter this career. Thanks. I think you can all take turns to answer this question. Stefanos, can I start with you?
Okay. So if you've seen the presentation, currently the legal framework allows only companies to be a licensed securities broker, but professionals can be a trader or can be an appointed rep in the licensed securities broker company. So I think if the individual has the required educational and professional background in all the certifications, he can apply to those licensed securities brokers, and if he has also the financial capability, he can also be collaborate with other people to establish their own securities brokerage company into the business. So the most important thing is, I think, the qualification in the fitting proper standards of the directive. And so at the start, as a beginner, he can be an employed trader under a securities brokerage company, and he can also think of establishing a stock brokerage company with people around him, people with capital, and people with experience and knowledge. Thank you.
David, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'd just say that once you have the qualifications, you need to apply to join a company, and then from there, he was asking about working their way up. So that would then depend on the performance within that company. I'm sure the more you contribute to the company's revenue, the more you would rise through the ranks of the company. So if you want to build a career in brokerage, you need to work for a brokerage company. Thank you.
So yeah, like I said, there are a lot of questions that came in. I hope we addressed most of them. But in the interest of time, we are obligated to stop the webinar here. If there are any questions that you would like us to address, you can always reach us at info@esx.et. I will write the email on the chat bot after the meeting ends. Thank you all for coming and participating in this meeting. David, it has been a pleasure having you. Also, Stefanos. So we will have many other sessions that will hopefully answer all your questions. And there are some requests that came from somebody. I think they want to have it in our local language. So I think hopefully we will be able to facilitate that. With that, I think I would close it up. If Dr. Talahun wants to say something before we close this session, I'll give the floor to him.
Thanks, Wangel. No, nothing to add. David, Stefanos, again, thank you very much for very fruitful, insightful presentation you've done today. Maybe I think for the participants, it would be good if they also comment on future webinars and workshops of similar nature and topics that they would like to hear from us. And again, thank you for your time in joining us today.
All right. With that, our session is concluded. I will share the PowerPoint presentations the presenters used. It will be available at the end of this chat. Also, the recording will be available here, and we will post it on our social media as well. So thank you everyone for coming and participating on this webinar. Hopefully we will meet soon in other sessions. Have a great weekend and happy Friday.
Thank
Same
you.
to you. Thank
See
you.
you.
Bye.